Hello, hello. Time to refresh myself on what the hell was going on again. So last session saw to the partitioning of Ming China. Today I will be partitioning the rest of them. Coalition has been dropped, of course, because of the war. I have a looming disaster with 70% progress. I have until 1704 to get rid of it. But I need a delay until 1706, so it looks like I'm dropping some land from the nobility at the last minute. Let's hope I remember. It is about time I start integrating some vassals, that's for sure. Oh, that's right, the Ottomans dragged me into a war. How's that going for them? Looks like it's going pretty damn well. I don't think they need me. Righto. So I need to start integrating people. Delhi is rebellious, but they're a tributary, so it doesn't matter that much. I think Caradel's gotta go. Though, yeah, Wumarch has to wait because I have to get the emperorship. So let's get rid of Caradel. But I'm at war. Damn it! Damn you, Caradel. Well, guess I'm waiting a little bit. In the meantime, I suppose I could just kind of look around and see if anybody else wants to be my loyal tributary? Not a chance. Oh, Portuguese land. Okay, hold on. I want to say that I want this land. Oh. Bet you it's already been claimed. Okay. Well, maybe gracious Ottomans will give me some of that. It's always a chance, right? Yeah, not much. Not much chance. That's fine. Although if I sent troops over, I could just steal the colonies out from under their feet. Can and should. Oh. Overextension reduced. Mission to colonize this. Those missions are amazing. I'll take it, even though it's crap land. Gonna go ahead and hire one mercenary here. The purpose of which is going to be to harass the colonies of Portugal. They gotta go. Which of these are colonies? That's a colony. That's a colony. Those are done. I'm not even sure if my ships can get there in time because they're Portuguese and they colonize like crazy. But I'll see what I can do. Apparently I don't even know about the sea, so I can't actually land there. Capped? Why is it gray instead of... whatever. Just for fun. Gotta take care of this Ottomans. They're gonna take the capital back. There you go. I'm providing military advice. Wait, can I just raise troops over? I can. Well, shit. Where are my ships? They're turning around now. Literally no reason for them to be out here. I didn't get far. This guy. I'll just delete. This will be expensive, but these colonies are about done, so it's fine. It's a good thing to spend my military points on. Well, the tooltip tip still doesn't tell you that. Where are my colonists at? It's going to be expensive for a while, but they won't last too long. Yep, pretty expensive. Paying 38 for colonies at the moment. I'm sure it'll be fine. Totally justified. Tell you right now, that'll never pay itself off. Nobody gets representation in my country. Nobody. Well, except me. I get a hefty 100% representation. Let's move an army down to the capital, I suppose. Seems like a good idea. Oof. I'm near my force limit. Force limit's almost 450. Naval force limit, that's what I was looking for. Got some good wiggle room there. Ooh, 3 mercantilism? Yes, please. Yes, please. I wonder if I could snag that for a colony. I just kind of lackadaisically wandered that way. Oh no, I need an explorer to do it. Well, I can get around through Pueblo. But I might be able to snipe it. There's really not a lot of reason to do this, to be honest. Portuguese Mexico has 80... Portuguese Mexico has 80 colonists a year. Didn't colonies used to have really shit colonial growth? Delhi is once more not sending us tribute. I think that'll be fine. Although I'd prefer the tribute. I am improving relations with them, so maybe that'll help. I'm actually pretty close to getting what I need. Then they ought to pay me again. Aristocratic coups at 82%. Can't ignore that. Oh, Koreans. Or Portuguese. Yeah, the worst kind of Koreans. About to flip their colony to Korean, and after which they probably won't have enough time, even if they take it back, to flip it back. So, eat that. I can't believe they dumped 30,000 Portuguese troops over here. Of course, Tunis is taking Portugal proper, so they probably won't be in the war terribly long. Does seem to be suffering from some back and forth, though. I'm sure it's not important. Rebel problems up here. Oh, that's that rebel sentiment from overextension. It's coming back to bite a little bit. Just a little. Take this, or do I just burn it? I don't really have a stake in the Mexicos, so long Portuguese investment. Ming, you son of a... Keep slandering me. Alright, I don't see any problem with Delhi here, so they should start giving me my points. It's great news. It's nice that this wasteland has this nice clean line that kind of matches the rest of our borders. Russia will never go further east than that. I decree it. Where's my other colonists? One's already there. I want one there. Oh, he hadn't been recalled yet. There we go. They're more effective in the smaller colonies, so I want to have both of my colonists in those places. I'm going to get capped again. Is my king the one that was really good at military? No, not even. That's his heir. Kind of like the heir better. Ottomans, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm Dana. That crappy little island. They just need a little show of force, you know? They're loyalists at heart. I just have to remind them. Portuguese have no infantry. Alright, aristocratic coup is coming. Sadly, I give the aristocrats extra land, so I actually have to take a bunch of it. This one's pretty good. And it's enough. And they actually still have enough to keep them happy? Wow. Yeah, I'm fine with this. I didn't actually I probably would have done that earlier if I had known. Not even that mad. Gotta love ideas that cost under 300. Age of Absolutism is ending relatively soon, which is sad because I don't have maximum absolutism. Ming is forwarding the Beijing trade node now. Interesting. Where to? Okay, they're collecting in Caradel. No, they're not. They're forwarding. Out of their own zone, so... They're actively transferring from here. They're collecting here. So they only get 15 from trade anymore. It used to be like... I don't know, something like... 100. Whoops. These guys died. That's I didn't really need them. To be honest. I'll happily just delete them when I can. Actually, there's no reason to, really. I'll just keep de-sieging until they stack wipe them. And what better way to get stack wiped than to just stand in a place that will be seen as a threat. And hey, if they want to let me loot this this money, that's fine. $1713 is the magic year for Ming truce. Got myself a theologian here. He's not a great theologian. Trade production efficiency actually sounds pretty good. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Deo Kwang Du. They're hired. Alright, there they go. They stack wipe me finally. Almost tempting at this point to just take an army over there and mess them up a bit. Rough them up. Why not? Probably by the time they sail all that way, the war will be over, but well, you know, we'll take what we can get. Especially since Portugal's about to be out of this. So really, it's can I spot them making another colony and steal it? Next idea group is in 2 levels. Yeah, that's a while. Got more points than I know what to do with. And that's not even what I'm getting for tribute. Oh, they seized my colony. Yep, gotta send people. Wait, what colony did they... Oh, they seized this one. Tell you what, I'm not having that. I got the mill points to waste. Thanks for paying for my colonies for a bit, though. That's kind of nice. Wait, this wasn't revealed before. I really need another merc, because he can't keep up. Okay. Tunis, you about done with them yet? I mean, don't rush, because I need this colony. They are about done, so I better hope that I get my colony back in time. Recovered. Probably gonna have to go take this one. Oh no, they're just leaving. Good. Portuguese Mexico doesn't want it. In that case, I'll just siege up some of their land to make them try to turn around. It worked. We're turning around real fast. Here comes reinforcements. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Looks like we're doing a naval landing with no general. Way too many mill points. Ha! Rebel resistance. Let's see. Blow some more mill points. Because what do you do? I didn't realize my national focus was not was not well, it was military. That kind of explains why I've been having so much trouble spending it all. How is Portugal not out of this war yet? They must be crazy loyal to Austria. Austria, who has 50,000 rebels in their capital. Let the end of the month tick so they can heal a bit. I'm gonna go pay this little stack a visit. I want diplomatic reputation is what I want. See what I get next month. I'll hire you for this month. Oh, here comes the big guns. Going straight for the colony again. Did they just delete half their army? There it is. I see. I see what they're doing. I see what game they're playing. I'm actually going to put a slightly worse general on this, specifically because I think maneuver lets them recover a little faster. Either way, I need to play this game with them to keep collecting my colony. There goes the mercs. Mine, damn it. Do have a free colonist who I should be sending here. Who I think that's where my mission was. No, Jugjur. Well, that's here. Okay. That's not a bad place. It's better than I thought it was. Ooh, extra movement speed on that guy? My best general? That's good news. Check out there. That's what this stack is, all infantry. Okay. They gave one province to the Ottomans. And 6 ducats. Making bank. Well, I did get two other colonial provinces out of it, so that's kind of nice. Somehow France got a claim on this one. This is California, right? So why hasn't this gone to them? There we go. Massive war exhaustion. Maybe I'll just leave this army here, just, you know, hang out for a while and play Exalted Protector. Of course, there's a Portuguese colony right here. I would have liked to cap them off, but there's no way. They can colonize faster. Caradel wants a royal marriage. I'm actually down with that. I'm also down with being done with them. Thanks, Cardell. You've caused me a lot of pain. But it's time that you go. Let's go ahead and set a guy to just befriend my allies. And the other one to subjects. Why not? Why the hell not? Let them do that for a while. Tea imports. Wow, they must have buffed colonies, or colonial nations' colonizing ability, because they used to have a massive penalty. But this guy is colonizing real well. Which means playing a colonial power is actually going to be way better when it comes to the New World. If the colonies themselves can actually do the colonizing effectively. So the whole subsidize your colonies strat is going to be way better now. Alright, I got 2 colonies going. I think I had a 3rd on the way. Yeah. Well, it's a good reminder that I wanted to replace that guy. There we go. That'll get rid of Caradel faster. In the meantime, Pueblo. In the meantime, I might want to go on some tributary missions. The Protestant Chieftain of Keech. That'd make a pretty good tributary, I think. don't think I can get to them though, unless I hire an admiral. Specifically an explorer. Yeah, I'll do it. Whatever. Don't hit the wrong button. Definitely want an explorer. He's garbage. But he can get my man down to here. Oh, apparently you can't just manually go through anymore. They have to do an explorer mission. When they first added the Auto Explorer, they left you the option, at least after initial complaints, to... Oh, Emperor's Tolerant. That's nice. They give you the option, at least, to go and manually do it still. I've got an extra merchant I never applied. Let's see. I think Canton is the place to be. Actually, it looks like Philippines is. Yeah. Way too much of my trade is getting sucked out of the Philippines, even though I own it. Forget Canton, I'll come back to that later. There's no way that it should be just 3 points. You know what, this is fine. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to have reduced dip rep for not helping them. There we go. Now I'm transferring 8 out of here. That'll net me a few ducats. Much better. It may seem like a lot of this stuff is pointless, and it really largely is. I'm just buying time until my next Ming War. Speaking of, there is something I would like to pay attention to in that regard. What? You Ottoman bastards made me declare war on Bahmanis? Son of a bitch. Should have paid attention. Let's move my armies in. Ugh. Not the best. It like destroys the trust I had with them. Does this change on a monthly basis? Never quite paid attention to this before. Or is it just the one declaration that kills it? Seems to be just the one, so they still trust me. So, you know, that's good. Keech has no... There's still a tribal despotism. Well, I pretty much got everything I need to declare war on them. So I guess I will cancel this. I'll let the exploration finish. Alright, Bahamas. Joke's over. Get out. Out of my country. These guys. Certainly wouldn't mind those provinces, though, if the Ottomans were keen to give them to me. Let me guess, their current king's a militarist. Oh yeah, he acts like it. Oh yeah. Got France in there. And Papua. Ming's just slandering me on repeat. Gonna run out of admin shortly too. I've taken so little land in the last like 2 decades that I've actually filled up on it. It's possible I can cap the Korean expansion if I can get the right provinces here, or the Portuguese expansion. And this is an option. Delhi's attacking Khiva. I'm down with that. I didn't want that fight, but it looks like I'm doing pretty damn well at it. I realized last second I could have just switched the generals there. It would have been just as good. But nope, didn't do it. If he wants to attack me, that's fine by me. Oh, shoot. Still wants to attack me. All's well. Alright, I need this war done in a few years, please, so I can attack Ming. Because I believe, well, I guess Daviet would be in it, but well, Bengal is actually fine too. No aggressive expansion there. None would, okay, so the coalition won't reform. Everybody's out of it but Ming. I didn't realize it had been that long. Wow. Alright, so I guess I can take my time. I just didn't want to fight all the tributaries. Because if I don't, I can attack the tributaries directly after the war, or during the war with Ming. Seriously though, where is my navy? Still exploring. It's a huge gap of water. They've got heavies in there, so they're extra slow. Bengal wants military access. Why? I don't think so. Do not think so. Conquer West Tunguska. Nah, that's fine. I don't care about Russia. Thanks for the offer though, game. That's kind of you. Age of Revolutions, and I capped out at 78 absolutism. The questioning of rights authority in the world itself during the Enlightenment has led to the rejection of the ancient regime. As absolutism gives way to revolution, kingdoms may have to make place for republics. Okay, so I could start my golden era. So let's see, what be an emperor gives you 1. Have a subject with 250 development gives me 1, so Caradel is doing that for me right now. Own and control at least 2 origins of institutions. I have colonialism and the Enlightenment within my realm. I actually have 3. Oh, I took 1 from Ming, that's right. So global trade as well. Having a large capital and a 3-star general. Other requirements. Well, that's quite alright for now. Abilities I can get. Anti-revolutionary zeal, limited desire for subjects development, minus 30.33. So, develop your subjects and they'll get more out of it, as far as limited desire reduction. Napoleonic warfare, artillery bonus versus forts plus 3, holy shit. That's gonna be really good. Free force march. Naval engagement width, plus 20%. That's actually quite good for naval combat. Unrestricted conquest. Ignore coring distance, so basically you don't have to have a contiguous border or access to the place anymore. That's going to make world conquest, parts of world conquest, way easier at the end. Artillery damage from the back row plus 20%. Wow, that's really good. Basically, all artillery is going to do 20% more damage. And loyal subjects, they're in the same continent, minus 25% liberty desire. That's really good. Wow. Well, I'm getting 7 a month, although I'm devouring one of the countries that's giving me that. The Ottomans have gone abolitionist. Alright. Keach's gotta go. They are to be my subject. Which means I'll need a diplomat to declare war. You've gotta have the guy go hand them a letter before you attack. It's, you know, just common courtesy. Certainly no country is just attacked without warning. It would be rude for one. Could probably just pen this guy in. Nah, I'd rather just siege up his lands. He can wander around in the mountains all he wants. If he lands in a fort, I just go kill him. For example. Excuse me? They're just ignoring zone of control for this fort. Okay. Just straight up. Walked right through it. Ooh, we're trading in cotton now. But I've got my colonist. Keach's got. They never actually got out of their chiefdom state. So their tech is awful, so this will be real fast. I just realized I'm captain and admin, and I've been ignoring it, so I don't know how long. Let's go ahead and develop something over here with the clergy, I guess. There we go. So I can't imagine they have much of an army. That's what we've lost. Yeah, they have about what I've landed, a little less. I'd rather lose the legitimacy. I gained that fairly fast. I took away my general from the India region because I just don't need it over here. And I want this war to be fast, and it will be because their forts are garbage. They probably just have little hill forts. Garrison 450. Well, it's technically a castle. I have a 21% chance to start with. You might come and fight me here. Or not. I might as well be greedy if I'm going to do anything. I'm undecided. Do I take this for myself and just take the Mexican trade node as a result? Or compete in it? There's a good chunk of money heading into the Caribbean that I could steal. Bahamas was kicked out for war reparations. Okay. Now what would be bad here is if they ally the give me nothing. Alright, once the war is over, they'll buddy up with me again. In the meantime, let's move my troops back to the borders. Because in 2 years, it's war with Ming. They've just completely rolled over here. Goodbye, enemy army. So, do I devour them entirely? Or do I create a tributary? Apparently there's some provinces they have that I can't see. Oh, they own these? What? What? You know what? I think I want the tributary. Wow, they have British Mexico cores, which means they've been taking land from them. I'll take their money, and I'll take their tributary status. And for the time being, where are they? Ah, for the time being, I'd like some dip points, please. Apparently I'm a... Oh, because I have an explorer here, right? Yes. Explore. Apparently that completely reset his movement. Okay, sure. So, Keach has cores in British Mexico. Could grab Aztec while I'm here. And I can either just feed them to Keach, or take them as a separate tributary, depending on whether or not they would drag me into a war with England. $40 favors to the Ottomans. Get that trust all the way up, just so they don't rival me. Alright, they'll become a tributary state. That's all I really wanted. But is it going to keep me... Well, let's find out. But let me negotiate the war. Well, this will give me the diplomat. Alright, it appears... Are they out of the war with England? No, they're still in it. But they're my tributary at the same time. Okay, that's not quite what I was hoping for, but... But I guess I am taking it. Tarascan. Vassal of... Wow, your liberty desire is super high. Why? England would ally me, wow. Wonder why. How about the Inca? Would they be a tributary? But they would. They might cease to exist here. They'll probably cease to exist here. Muisca might be good. Not much reason not to have another colony going. We should have relied more on trade income. You know what? I'll try it. I've never really been able to get that to work for me. Quite frankly, I'm not impressed with these. See what I get next month. Oh, and I've got a spare merchant. Well, that's convenient. Apparently I have 26% trade power here, which is probably because of Kitcha. Let's transfer trade out of Mexico. Yeah, for California, I need to get that Alaskan trade company. Come on now. Alright, let's get that third colony going. I need the Alaskans to expand. To feed Magritte. Won't yet just willingly become a tributary. Well, that's a shame, because that means I have to take your capital. Bleh. Guess I'll just take discipline. Wait one more month before spending my mill. Hoping the Aztecs get their peace relatively soon. They've lost battles, but they haven't lost any land, so I'm hoping the AI will just white peace them. Come on now, we all know this is over. Hurry up before somebody else attacks you. That's why I'm not killing their army. Alright. Korean tributary. I've got some French corps too. Wow. Yeah, the natives have really been striking back here. Apparently. There we go. Another tributary. I'll see what's left of the Inca later. Everybody gives me dip. Dip, 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 dip. So whatever you got. One dip, two dip, double dip, I don't care. The reason I want all these tributaries is that when it comes time to fight or to take the mandate in a few months, I'm going to want as much power as I can. Namely the mandate growth from having tributaries. The more tributary development I have, the better. Caridel has given me a gift because they're a naive enthusiast. Well, thank you! Considering the shit your ancestors put me through, Duke Kabul I Bachir, I appreciate that you're recognizing the need for some sort of reparations. Whoa, that's a lot of guys there. These armies are the ones I wanted to be over here. I'll take a little more damage on the way, but that's fine. Might as well rival Russia again. If they're gonna rival me. And Kabul dies. Truces are over, which means if I have claims left, and I most certainly don't, I could have tried to cash in some claims, but here we are. And yes. How's that enlightenment coming along? Very slowly, apparently. Ooh. Well, no, pretty soon it's going to be in a lot of provinces. A decent amount of my development, at least. Alright, I have some men getting into position, and then I will go to war with Ming. Apparently I'm pretty low on manpower, considering I've been at a moderately peaceful state for a while. I wonder if these stacks being stacked was really painful. Ming's still got 300,000 troops. A lot of it's mercenaries still. But I can restore my Bahmanis alliance. That'll keep people off my back when I attack Ming. Who have teched up in military? Ugh. Well, might as well. Everybody else is in debt. Wonder what Ming's finances look like now. Well, they haven't really gained much. They still have 3 times my money. For reference, when I initially attacked them, they had 60,000 ducats just in the bank. There's 600,000 ducats. Maybe it was 60. No, 60,000, yeah. And I had about... Oh, no, I'm sorry. What would that be? Yeah, 60,000, yeah. Now they're down to 30,000, which is about where I left them. But I have more men, and their troops fight at half, so... Oh, Fox will willingly become a tributary. Smart. Very smart. Okay. Anybody else want in? While we're here? No? That's a right shame. Nassau's the Emperor. How did the HRE do this time? Because I know they apparently expand, people willingly join the HRE now. Like it's not just a player-only mechanic. So let's see how far they expanded. It looks like the HRE actually didn't expand pretty much at all, except for into Hungary. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Pretty much all you got. Spain is integrating France at an alarming rate. It's going to take a while. But in 20 years, it's going to be Franco-Iberia. They're already second place above Ottomans. Only because they have the institution and Ottomans don't, but it's pretty close without that. And with this, they're going to gain... They're going to about double in here. No, they won't quite double, because half of France is already counted. It's going to be scary, though. Alright, Ming. 70 days when I have a guy that go hand you a piece of paper that says, "You are dead," you're going to be sorry. They're gonna be real sorry. So there's going to come a time when I want to... Probably going to want to release Malacca here. Oh, 9 provinces. That's no good. Well, it doesn't matter. I can create a... Nah, I'll just create a one province. What do you call these? Not tributary state. Client state. And I'll explain that when I do it. It'll be shortly after I become emperor. Won't stop slandering my merchants. The worst kind of people over there. The Pope is granting California to Portugal. Oregon is formed. I hate you, Ottomans. Stop dragging me into every single war that you get into. What is this? Why do you need me to fight Najd? Why do you need me in this? And Tunis. Going to conscientiously object, thanks. Now, Wu March has adopted enlightenment here. Actually, most of China has. So taking this land will actually increase the rate at which I adopt it. Because it doesn't spread very fast outside of having the institution. Or having a university. Which is why I've got a couple of universities peppered around. Doesn't do a lot of good, though. You need a lot of universities to really get it fast. Or you can just take it from Ming. That's valid. I didn't start this war, Ming. Okay. Ooh, that's a lot of CBs. But I think Mandate of Heaven is the obvious choice. What's great about this is I can A, take the Mandate of Heaven, and get 50% less cost for all provinces. You know what? I should probably position myself to crush some of these stacks first day. Let's do that. And even these are tiny stacks, those are some cannons that can die. So I'll move over there. It's costing me so much manpower just to move these men around in the mountains. Let the games begin! Now in the last war I took all their forts. They built one new one. So they've got no defenses. What army? Oh, they mostly got out. Damn. Stack wipe these ones. Got a siege focus. See my see if my vassals can just take care of things for me here. The rest of these armies ought to give chase, I think. Most of their armies in their capital region. I'm just going to siege up a bit to try to wrest control. Well, this is one of the forts. Well, guess I'm camping here for a while. Everybody else will kind of have march forward. I need to occupy land just so they don't go and retreat to places I don't want them to. Ooh, he's coming for me. He's gonna throw a lot of men at me. What men? Now, as a reminder, they are suffering from a 50% penalty to shock and fire damage received, which translates to all damage received. Just a reminder of how utterly unfair this actually is. Let's siphon some more trade from the Americas. And since I have all of his old forts between him and my march here, who isn't actually a march, I just named them that. Oh shoot, there's not enough men here. I need 36,000. Oh god. I have to send half that army to do it. And wait a month. Quite frankly, I'd prefer to have one of the siege leaders on this because it's a siege job. I don't know why I keep looking at the Americas, I just got used to it, I guess. Now we still got some men. There's 100,000 of them sitting right here with a decent general. It would probably be wise of me to go to attack that. Oh shit! They intercepted my trade fleet. That's gonna be pricey. I think they just attacked again out of, like, with no health. Because the AI went, oh, I should trade now. This is the time for trading. I have a mercenary somewhere, so I get bad mercenary events. Engage him. I know it's in the mountains, but no mandate. What is this? They'll give me a condottieri for 50 dollars. They're trying to rent me a regiment with 2 infantry, 4 cavalry, and 24 cannons. Thanks. But, oh, wow, they put 100,000 men on this. I actually can't fight that. Not that many. No way. Not at once. The capital's being taken by Caradel. Caradel. Champions. Alright, I can spend 7 grand to embrace the institution now. Good to know. They're gonna attack me in the mountains. This I'll accept. I don't know if it'll work. Depends on how fast reinforcements can get there. we go. They've still got me heavily outnumbered, but my troops are holding on long enough to get more men in there. They take double damage, and boom, 100,000 becomes 40,000. Caradel's losing battles. Because what do you do if you're Caradel? You lose battles. Legal obligation, I think. Let's get that navy down here. Engaging their navy. I'll just send it on a mission to hunt enemy fleets in this area. Go get them. I know that was a lot to dedicate, but I had to make sure they died. Because there were another 70,000 troops not too far away. Clumsiest war ever. I'm paying so much more than I have to by just throwing troops blindly. How long until I have my Alaskan province? Alaskan merchant, that's the word. Oof, I need 2 more. think it's worth pursuing. Merchants are good. Yeah, I should probably also pay attention to this battle, because it's pretty big. This one, not so much. Does have a general here on an occupied fort, so I probably don't want to dive into that with less than a sizable army. And again, that's pretty sizable. I can move my one general over here. Just teleport him around the battlefield every which way. Then I gotta go after this stack. Because who needs manpower? This is capped at 1. Okay, it's capped. Something gets developed. Just a little bit. Just a touch. What? Ming's got an army over here. I guess that's okay. I'm not about to turn around for it. It's actually a scary fleet. I think I might group up. That's what I did for the last war. I should have just repeated that. Oh, excellent. I got there. Province here. Not quite enough to flatten this army. Not too far from it, though. Let's send some troops over to counteract all this nonsense in the west. Where'd the big army go? Oh really, there's a big army. Oh, there it is. It's chasing Wu. Looks like Wu can handle itself, though. It's going to be a brutal battle, but as soon as it's done, I can just swoop in and finish them. Oh, no, they won. Well then. So my demands for this war are twofold. I am going to become the Emperor of China. And I'm going to take a whole bunch of their land. With the intent of dividing them into lots of little tiny pieces wherever possible. So that they can't possibly defend all of it. The fort here has got to go. So that's good. That's a division right there. Taking the coastline is always good. There doesn't appear to be a crossing there. Maybe I focus less on dividing up smaller segments here. And focus more on chopping up the big parts. Because they're going to have some rebellion issues here. And their army is still going to be enormous. So what I want is to make sure that there's chances for rebellions to succeed wherever possible. So that cuts that in parts. I think that's pretty reasonable. I could take another province off of him too. Preferably a chunk off of whatever I think is going to be most defended. So I'll look at where their armies are positioned, because they're going to get stuck. Unless they're coastal. If I destroy their entire army, they're probably just going to end up in their capital, though. Which means it's going to be easy for me to identify where they're going to be. And of course, occupying the land is going to make it cheaper to take, too. Alright, Ottomans just took a crap ton of land off of Hejaz and Najd. Getting that Arabian control. It does appear that Caradel is winning this fight. So I'm curious to know where they're going to try to move to, since I'm occupying pretty much everything except for... But this is too far away for them to retreat to, I'm pretty sure. Oh, they're raising troops. That's how they get the troops over there. They're raising troops out of their tributaries. Well then. Good move. How's that fight going for you, Ming? Not looking so hot, huh? I don't have the numbers on hand for a lot of these fights to actually stack wipe them. Okay, end of month, hopefully the battle ends here. And I'll move. And before the end of the month, hopefully we'll collide here. And dead. Alright, I think I can take pretty much what I want now. I'll take this province just so I have the cheaper... Ooh. Cheaper war score cost for it. Alright. That's a little better, I think. Just a touch. A smidge. This is only 99 over extension, too. And I can take one more, just because I can. Well, you know, it's 90 over extension. It's 103, yeah. I'll just take some of that huge pile of money they have. Alright, so I'll divide them up even further into little pockets that are susceptible to rebellions. They'll give me a whole bunch of land directly to me. They'll pay me 300 ducats. I will take the Mandate of Heaven. Right? Yes. And gain 107 additional power projection. Alright. For a mere 52 aggressive expansion against Ming and only Ming. Well, against Ming. Everybody else gets a little bit, I'm sure. Okay, so mandate's back up to 60s. I'm getting negative 0.38 for non-tributaries, whereas I'm only getting 0.1 for tributaries. That's a problem, and that's basically how Ming fell. And that's because I don't have tributaries for a lot of these large border nations, primarily Russia and Bahmanis. But I believe, if I remember correctly, that the requirement for that is that it has to have a connection to my capital. So I could do a couple of things here. I could move my capital to Korea, or to Japan, or I could cut off my capital with a a client state. Yeah, a client state right here. There's a couple of good options. Kind of think I was gonna do the client state thing, but I kind of think going to Japan is actually the smarter choice. One of these got developed the hell out of. Oh, 42, yeah. So what would it take? It'd only take me 200 admin to move here. So I'm going to move my capital to Japan. Suddenly I'm gaining mandate. I'm losing a little from non-tributaries in the form of Usugi. But, you know, I'm sure they'll be fine. And now they have a high liberty desire against Ming. I don't have to have an extra client state. It would have been annoying. Japan's an excellent seat of power for the Emperor. I can do... Okay, so I got new mechanics now. Eventually I'm going to want to start passing mandates. There are decisions here. I'm getting a little less national unrest and cheaper stability, which is fine, but most importantly, I'm not getting the huge negatives to my military that Ming was getting. Wow, Ming is still incredibly stable. Maybe this won't be as effective as I was hoping. Well, it'll make future wars more interesting, that's for sure. Plus, I was thinking this would be cheaper. It's really not that much cheaper. I'm 60,000 men in debt as far as my army goes. Well, that's fine. Ooh, I'm actually close to the large capital. I might want to develop my capital just for that. But first, I ought to manage that overextension. And double check that my trade capital is still in Malacca, because that's kind of important. Yes, it stayed there. Good. Right. I just gained a lot of conquest CPs, and the reason being, I have permanent claims on all of this now. Which makes me think that I should probably undo my coring and redo it, because it might have gotten cheaper. Accepts less than 2 cultures in the Chinese culture. Oh, okay. So it wants me to accept Chinese cultures. That's an interesting one. I didn't know that was a thing. So if I don't accept Chinese cultures in my empire, I can't... I get this ticking disaster. That's fairly rough. Alright, let's see. Right. Okay. Just to make sure I got all the cheaper cores. And I also get it on March here, so when I integrate them, it will be pretty cheap as well. Might as well go ahead and embrace the institution now that I have all those provinces. Actually, let's wait a month and see if it changes the price favorably. I wonder if I were to attack Usugi now, would the Chinese interfere? They would. Fascinating. Well, I could use that as an opportunity to siege down all of Ming and get their rebels going. Because their force limit is still going to be notable. And now their armies actually fight like they should. Force limit is 395 still. 395! I think it went up. And I've got that revanchism going. Do I just attack them? Because while they have revanchism, they've also got the -10 or +10 revolt risk for the lost mandate, and they're teetering on the edge. Oh, hey, Trissy. Ming still being a pain in the ass? Not really. They're just big. Well, the unrest actually got worse there for a sec, so I'm wondering if I just watch this, if the revanchism ticks down fast enough. Who needs money? I can enact decree. I have meritocracy now instead of legitimacy. Cheaper advisors when it's high can pass decrees. Really good decrees. Could dump some military power into getting more what you call it, meritocracy. And absolutism. I might do that. How long does a revanchism last? Because I think the mandate lost penalty lasts for 10 years. If I want Ming to break apart, I need to fight them now. Siege them up and then take almost nothing to build up unrest. The Ming have multiplied, kill it before they lay eggs again. Yup, I divided them. I divided them significantly. But they're so stable. They're so stable, even with the Mandate of Heaven lost. Why did I take it? So I can get mandate bonuses or whatever. Well, that and the big thing is permanent claims. Now the troops aren't potato. That's true. But I now have permanent claims. They don't expire. It's in this whole region. And they let me core for cheaper. Plus I get the Unified China CB, which is basically the same as the one I was just using to take the mandate, except for I get more prestige out of it. But yeah, what I'm rolling around in my head now is, do I declare war on their tributaries immediately to force a fight out of them? Because if I force a fight out of them now, yeah, chain war them. What I want is for that plus 10 lost Mandate of Heaven unrest penalty to come into play. And to do that, yeah, they have no forts right now. They literally just have their capital fort. So if I go to war with them now, I have no manpower, but I have no money. Which is a little disconcerting. Probably would help if I didn't root out corruption so heavily. That's not even a big deal, is it? Wait for my cores, yeah. Wait for my cores is excellent advice. Let's go ahead and stop paying for my army too, because I don't want to go in too deep down that hole. And forts can temporarily be lowered. I'm getting a disaster? Yeah. So the disaster is because I am Emperor name, yep. You know the one. I didn't know that was a thing. So, you know. I'm gonna have to make some states around here. That's fine. Chinese culture group. Too bad Manchu's not anymore, because I accepted Manchu a long time ago. So any one of these. So Julie is probably a good one. I don't know, Korea. Yeah, Korea is not a Chinese culture group, sadly. Korea is an isolated culture. Lose 5 mandate, gain 1 stability. By employing a tactic of constantly tailing the emperor and building trust with him at every opportunity, court factions have managed to outmaneuver several previously influential courtiers, and are increasingly gaining influence over the day-to-day palatial rulings. Lose meritocracy or lose mandate but gain a stability. Manchu is not Chinese culture anymore. Changed as of last patch. I'm going to lose the meritocracy. Yeah, I don't know how bad this disaster is going to be. I'm sure I can handle whatever it is. No more Ming Qing Yuan. What? Just take a look at how bad this disaster actually is. Basically tank it for 10 years at worst. Ming could form Manchu, then Qing, then Yuan. You still could, I assume. You just have to spend the extra dip points to make a couple of Chinese cultures your primary cultures, or your accepted cultures. Nobody wants to be my tributary. Ooh, that is too expensive, sadly. History of the Ming Empire. Emperor, your reign has ushered in a new era, and the Yi complete their takeover. And as the Yi complete their takeover, China will undoubtedly prosper for many years to come. Perhaps the time has come to look back to the Korea Empire and start the compilation of their history. Compiling the fortunes of China during their entire reign would cost a fair bit of money and take many bureaucrats quite some time. But the benefits might outweigh the costs. So what you're telling me is 2 to 3 months of rule is going to cost me 2,000 ducats to document? I know the Chinese like to keep good documents, but that's a little overboard. That's a little overboard. So mandated. This disaster actually ticks up very slowly because I have humanist. Frickin' Russia. All right. Let's take another look at their unrest. Okay, revanchism is ticking away slowly, so they have a tiny bit of unrest now. And they're rebuilding that army. Apparently Palatinate just went free. Stop making me try to spend huge amounts of money, game. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. The fall of Ming. Ming has fallen, and the Yi dynasty is now believed to be the new holders of the Mandate of Heaven. We are expected to pick up the mantle of the Emperor and bring Chinese people into a new era of prosperity and stability. If we want to win over the remaining supporters of Ming rule, we must start to build our own imperial bureaucracy and invest in a strong and durable state. On the other hand, so the first worries that disloyal officials will remain within any organization as we inherit from his predecessors. We can be merciful and gain meritocracy and mandate in exchange for a lot of military power and a large sum of ducats. I can gain a stability by purging the remaining loyalists, or I can lose 10 mandate and 2 stability for 5,500 ducats. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good deal, actually. It's not bad. That's really tempting. Though I'd like to get that mandate up so I can dump it into these decisions. More meritocracy, more trade efficiency, and an extra diplomat. Monthly autonomy down. Core creation cheaper. And admin power +1 per month. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I think, though, since I'm capable of getting 100 ducats a month if I don't pay for all those forts, I think I'll just take the stability. Which I think adds to mandate as well. A little bit. I also have some redundant forts I'm noticing. Just a few. Yeah. No, my heir. He was better than my emperor. No. Well, I guess the Empress Consort's not a bad regent. Man. Who dies? Seriously. pay for a better, oh, you know what? I should be paying for an advisor that gives me more manpower. That's expensive. Did I lose an advisor slot? I did. What happened? Wonder if I had a... Did I have a temporary boost? Hmm. Oh, I just got 30,000 men stack wiped because I didn't pay for my armies. Oops. Oops. Whoops. Yeah. And Ming's unrest went down again in a lot of places. Come at me, bro. Is this colony? No, that was the Californian one. Alright, I do want my Alaskan trade here. I have 7 cities, I'm making 2 more. And one more on top of those. There we go. There we are. My general died the moment he got into battle. There should be a stable government. Well, I disagree. Yeah, we're fine. Stability's for suckers. Alright, I've got positive manpower again. How about Ming? With their 200,000 soldiers. They have, like, no manpower. So, if I were to declare war, this army could just crush Usugi. No problem. Are they really allied with Daivia and Jharkhand? Friggin' hell. They've all allied each other. I don't care. Well, hello. What is this? Conflict within city. Alright, so they got some unrest over here. Basically places where their merchants are. That's gonna go away soon. So what I'm going to want to do is organize my armies. Strike at Bengal, I guess, with imperialism. Siege the shit out of Ming. And then just sit on them. See if I can stack wipe all of their armies at the beginning of the outside of the war as well. I don't know where all of them are. But I know where a lot of them are. Meritocracy for corruption? Or just some prestige? Meritocracy is probably nice. Expanded examinations. Our administration is screaming for more officials than our yearly examinations can produce. Some of our ministers have suggested that we should increase the quota, allowing more to succeed so that we can fill out our ranks more quickly. The Grand Secretary cautioned, however, that we risk the integrity of the examination process itself if we start allowing anyone but the best to pass the examinations. Nah, man, I want some meritocracy, please. Did Bengal just go free? Wow. Bengal is now a free state. And if I improved relations with them a bit, they would absolutely become my tributary. Alright, I think I can afford to reduce myself to 2 colonies for now. Well, I'm making a lot of money again. Screw this trade mission. I just can't seem to make enough that way. Despite making pretty large amounts of from trade. Darkhan would vassalize? Oh, I could dip vassalize them. I am going to have to take Daivia. It is actually part of what I need to do. Trade income in this game was always a bit underwhelming for the effort you need to put into it. Are you kidding me? I think trade income is the best income. Unless you start in a very poor position for trade, you can get so much money from trade. Yes, to really max it out, you have to put in a lot of effort, but it doesn't require the sheer amount of development that the other things do. It just requires strategic conquests and placement of merchants and things like that. It's a little more knowledge, but less brute force. So I feel like when you've got trade down, it's like the best thing. Trade is amazing. Guess they're all pretty much allied here. You're allied with Bengal, which isn't a tributary, and Usugi. So if I attacked you, could I co-belligerent Bengal? Absolutely, I could eat Bengal at the same time. Of course, I could just make them a tributary if I wait a little longer. Come on, Ottomans. Territorial gains, you say? You're the worst, Ottomans. I don't think Russia's really going to come after me, though, because I have the higher development. Like, I'm the stronger of all of us. So they should focus on the Ottomans. I'm mainly accepting because I don't want to start losing out on, there go, my forts get activated. That's fine. I don't want to lose out on my integration time for Caradel. It's already low because I'm coring things. Apparently Huayan doesn't have a, oh, Huayan was taken by rebels once. What? I'm saying they're striking out and making a new colony, but it won't tell me where that colony would go. Like, it had something in there before and then it disappeared. Kinda curious if it'll actually just pick something random or if there actually is nothing it'll do right now. Nope. Nothing happened. Neutral event. So what are we looking at here? Even without me, we outnumber them, so I don't think I'm really needed in this war. They're promising me land, though. Caradel's claiming a whole bunch of this, I assume. Yeah. Yeah. Say I want this. Spare a stack to aid Russia. Yeah, the attrition's awful. And they don't have much manpower. Granted, I'm gaining 2,500 a month. But I really want to fight Ming, you know? I really want to just jump on them and have them and end them. So let's see what the Russians do. If it looks like I'm really needed over there, I'll go, but is the Kalmar Union still intact? Holy crap, it is. How? How is this still intact? Oh, they're fighting Prussia too. So they're in a separate war. That's why the Ottomans are attacking. They're distracted. I don't think I'm needed. Throw a stack of mercs at them. That reminds me, I think I have mercs that I don't want. Somewhere. Built them in the Americas, and I think I shipped them all over. Could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. So the Aztecs are still alive. When I acquired them as a tributary by force, they were at war with Britain. But it appears that Britain white peaced them. Yeah, we're good. We're good on that. I mean, keep slandering my merchants because they are the devil. Ooh! Abilities. Okay. I can get artillery bonus versus forts +3. Forced march costs no power. Ignore coring distance. Artillery damage from back row +20%. Or loyal subjects. I think that artillery damage is just too good. I think that's got to be my first one. That's so much damage. That's so much damage. Okay. Honestly, don't think that Russia's going to be a problem. I'm pretty sure they're all in Prussia. They got a lot to deal with right now. Free force march is tempting, but you agree artillery is the bomb. It is the bomb. It is many bombs. Get that to keep my corruption falling, because it is rather high, actually. Eh. Someday when I'm rich. Ming's army continues to grow, and I assume they will continue to do that as long as they keep getting manpower, so attacking sooner rather than later is probably for the best. Discipline advisor's pretty good. I was hoping for a manpower advisor, but I'll take what I can get. It basically has to be a blitz attack. I need to completely flatten half of their army right off the bat, essentially. So these three are going to kill this stack. These three or four are going to kill that stack. These guys are going to kill these stacks, and that's half their army just gone if I succeed. Yeah. And hopefully, I can get their unrest really high, let rebels spawn, and then peace out. I can even take land, like that doesn't matter. But after the rebels spawn, they won't be able to make more troops, and they'll be all divided up, so they can't get troops to where they need to be. So that's the plan. And I might take enough land to accept a couple of Chinese cultures on the way. got one corps left in Huayan. Oh, I can't get Bengal as my tributary because we're at war. Well, later on then. Here comes some Russians. Apparently they've decided I'm enough of a priority. I might actually have to go deal with this. As much as I'd prefer not to. Replace that one stack that got killed by rebels. How are we losing? Oh, because it's an imperialist war. They have to get to St. Petersburg. Well, they're on their way. Slowly. Okay, Ming is quickly dropping its tributaries. Which is limiting my options. I kind of didn't want that to happen. So Dai Viet's my only real option here. It would make me fight Bengal and Usugi. Usugi's out of the picture because they are now only allied to Dai Viet and Jharkhand. Alright, I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick, and then I'm gonna come back and we'll fight Ming. And probably have to deal with some Russians on the way. Okay. So as it is, wait, Bengal? Oh yeah. So as it is, I have to fight Dai Viet. Pretty much a necessity. Well, they're sending a good general after me. Sending two good generals after me. That's rude. Seems terribly unnecessary. Yeah, he's just gonna turn around and leave now. Good. Cartels just go into Siberia. We got this, boss! Alright. Diviet's gotta go. Wait, can I really co-belligerent Ming? Why can I... Oh no, I can't. Okay, it's grayed out. Yeah, the longer I wait, the harder this is gonna be. So... Wow, if I had a few more favors with Bengal, that would actually help me. Alas. And Tunis and Ottomans are warmongering assholes, so they're not gonna help me. They only want me to help them constantly. All right. Crush them! As far as Usugi goes, I can just knock them out of the war. No need to beat around the bush. Just get rid of them and be done with it. I should probably hide my fleets. Alright, let's make sure there's a general for all these big fights, like this one probably wants a general. Don't know which is which, so okay, that was this one. There we go. Naval race versus Ming. Colonize mission. Conquer Damin. Take the naval race. Whoa! Speed demon Ming over here. Getting away from me. Alright, that's 2 stack wipes. This one's small, but this one was 60,000 infantry. Somehow Ming has 30,000 men over here? What? It's fine. It's all mountains up here. Got my siege guy. Alright, you can go to Yangzhou. One stack here is gonna just split and siege. Everybody else is just gonna go fight. You guys actually go west. I need to preserve manpower at this point, so you double back down this way and then go this way. And you go straight into Coach. You, this stack in particular, is going to be my siege stack. Its job is solely siege up land. So we gotta knock everybody out of this war. Ming, I could wipe peace, but only after I siege them down for a while. You guys definitely need to get out of there. Might have to dedicate another stack to sieging. The Russians are still in Karadel, but I don't think they're going to be around for long. There's just too much going on their western front for them to really pay too much attention to me. Alright, that's your capital. Frankly, I just want this to be out of the picture, so I'll just take whatever money you can offer, which is apparently significant. Knock you out of the war. Isolating this Ming stack forevermore. K-Conquest. Sure, why not? It looks like I might just have to split up another stack for rapid sieging. And I went to West Gansu. How's the Russian front doing? The Russian war? It's not bad. Karadel is still just sieging random provinces in the north. That looks like you are trying to... It appears you're trying to occupy a mountain fort. Would you like some assistance? good. There's a lot of guys over here, actually. Knocking Bengal out of this will drop around 10,000 out. I think they had about 20,000 total, though, didn't they? And then more Bengal. Oh no, I just crushed a few of them. So they won't be too much of an issue anymore. Oh god. The Chinese Empire events really like you to spend money. Huge sums of money. The state has lived off the contribution of the nobles for a long period of time. Now the country is doing well, so the nobility is eager to get their cut of the cake. The Qin Wang's estate. Estate? Oh god, they got renamed. Qin Wang's is the nobles, and the Shizu are the clergy. Interesting. Not interesting enough to make me pay, but interesting. Let's send some men, I guess, just out here. That was not 3 stacks. Where'd the other one go? This fort. Holy. Yeah, I'm taking this fort when the war is over. This fort is mine, no question. Where is my siege general? Or at least one of them. I have no manpower, so it's going to be painful. This one's almost as bad. There was an event in there that I just clicked off that, not really sure what it was. Might have been important. Uh-oh. Portuguese separatists. Can you take care of that? I think you can take care of that. Hope you can take care of that, because I sure as hell don't want to. Okay, we got lots of unrest fomenting in Ming, which is precisely the goal. Good morning. It's 12:40 a.m. here. if I might ask, where do people live? The later I play, the more Europeans show up, so I always find it very interesting to see where people are from. Sweden! Excellent. The paradoxical homeland. Or night owlers, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of Americans like me that will just stay up late, but based on comments I've received in the past, it seems like it's the European population that really comes out if I play like 1 a.m. here or later. Alright, I really don't want to fight Bengal. It is beyond the purview of this war. Sweden, it's 841. Could try to force them to be a tributary, but I'd have to spend a lot of men sieging this down. Oh god. I am willing to do it though. Alright. These armies, though, need to go north to face the Ming. Or at least position myself so that when they come around, it won't be a problem. I know you're ambitious, Ming, but that's not quite going to cut it. You don't understand AM PM, but it's morning. Okay, there's... So if you're not using a 24-hour clock, AM is midnight to noon, and PM is the rest. Noon to the second half of the day. So it's shortly after midnight here, so it is AM. I'm actually not sure what the AM and PM stand for. I want to say it's something meridian, like I don't know what A would be. So, yeah, I don't know. Is mystery. We just get used to saying it, and that's it. There's really a lot of things that if you just kind of grow up hearing every day, you just don't question it that much. I mean, I know I have questioned it, but not a terribly large amount. Frankly, a 24-hour clock makes more sense to me. Unrest. Unrest! Oh geez, did they lose the... They already lost the mandate penalty. So wait, how do they have 5.5 unrest with all those positives, or those negatives? That doesn't... Oh, that's my unrest. I'm giving them unrest, so I have to actually trigger their Hmm. I'm no longer interested. In occupying Daviet. I don't want this war to end too early. So he's gonna go and go back home, I think. Maybe not. He's gonna go somewhere. I, on the other hand, am going to simply occupy the hell out of... Ooh, jeez. This is too many men. Not sure what that happened there. Yeah, I think my army's got all mixed up. Oh well. Anti-meridium? I always thought it was meridian, like the, you know, the prime meridian. But that could have been like a middle school assumption kind of thing. Where'd the Koreans go? Or the Vietnamese go? They were just here. What? Generally? Okay. I don't know. Yeah. Typos are typos, but I tend to assume that people are just know something I don't. Whether or not that's correct. Pretty much capped on power. Next month I'm going to have to change it. But first I need... Oh, don't... Come on, I need separatists. Lots of Ming separatists. Strengthen government? Yeah, I could. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Absolutely yes. I'm actually at my absolutism cap. Why is this capped? Oh, you know what it is? Meritocracy is holding me back. Because before it was legitimacy, and having high legitimacy actually gave you more maximum absolutism. So I lost 15 maximum absolutism. So I'm at cap now. I also have the Celestial Empire government type. So that's why my institution embracement cap or cost went up. I was wondering about that. Ah well. Alright, so something got really muddied here with my armies, so I'm just gonna move some guys around. Till it's what I had them as before. So in theory, if I merge all these, it'll be right. Unless I had more men elsewhere, like in this stack. Probably go there. I don't know. Just don't know anymore. That's a lot of Ming. It's a lot of Ming over here. It's too many Ming. So what are the Russians up to? Just winning against the Ottomans, nothing big. Ooh, yes. Forts in the mountains. Oh! Yeah! That feels good. I assume Ming has about 30,000 left total? Probably? $42, so they've got a few extras somewhere that I don't know. Don't know where they are. Well, they have 6,000 here. Ah, here's some. They're raising them in Jarkand. Because they can do that with tributaries. Tributary fleet beset by pirates. The regular arrival of tributary fleets bringing treasures from abroad to our shores is in some ways a temptation too great to ignore for those that wish to make a quick fortune. A group of pirates have begun to target the tribute missions and are making a good profit on the many gifts meant for the Emperor. So I can spend money to protect them, or say our navy will make short work of them. Either way, I've got the same negative penalty. Oh, it's for shorter if I do this. 5 years less. So I get a penalty, but I can pay 2,000 ducats to make it less. Take less time. It's probably worth it. Trading in ivory, that'll make Caradel integrate faster. Back up to 5 a month. Soon. 2 years. Don't know why I'm trying to re-siege these. I have a fort right there, it's active. Comes for free. I can only assume that the Dai-Viet army either got onto boats or... No, but I was blockading them. I think they deleted their army. Huh. Russia's so discontent among my population. Damn it, Russia. Somebody's doing that to Ming too, and it's not me. Probably Bahmanis. They got rebels coming. Eventually. Eventually. Someday. Yeah. Give me a whole bunch of land. No. No, sir. I'm getting way more than just land from you. Well, they're in Highlands here, but I really want to fight this army. I want to crush it. I want this gone. I want them to have no army left, even if it costs me. They know I'm coming. What? Spain? Spurn? Get off my islands. This is my land. Mylands. Is that how words work? Kinda want to seal off this border now. The Siberian borders. Hey, Shun separatists. It begins. I don't remember getting an alert about them though. Concerns me slightly. There's a lot. I'd rather make them a tributary, honestly. Alright, Bengali tributary is go. Rather put my army someplace where they won't be losing me more manpower, even if it is relatively trivial. I wonder how far they'll run. Looks like they're running all the way back to the corner. I find this acceptable. I'm probably gonna have to deal with the Shun myself a bit. Kinda sucks. Wow, 50 years of +1 unrest for accepting football, or I get rid of my commandant? What? Not really fond of the idea of +1 unrest forever. Essentially forever. I know this this campaign has gone fairly late in the timeline, but I probably won't ever see 1800. But this guy's not that good, so Get more meritocracy this way anyway. Expensive though it may be. One, 2, 3 days. We'll arrive at the same time. And we'll fight the last of the Grand Ming forces. What Ming forces? They still have some troops left, that's true, but those troops are hiding in Japan. Exiled. More rebels, more rebels! I am capped on military. I don't know why this is gray and not green sometimes. Oh, because it's over my limit. Because my cap is 113 because my corruption is dropping. Well, I could always use a stronger government. Get that meritocracy up. I assume it dumps like 50 meritocracy to pass one of these. I will need that ship durability. I might just gun for that and get the rest of my ship durability up. Because it's at 10% right now. I need 125%? Was it? $135. So I need 20 there. So that gets me to 130, I assume. Ship durability, yeah, so I need the, a policy for that as well. Go ahead and do it. Let's get this out of the way. Oh, only 20 meritocracy, okay. So I should be able to let the month pass. First I'll apply my guy here, my merchant. Alright, so I assume, there we go, turtles all the way down acquired. 135% ship durability as Korea. A few more achievements to go this run. Twitch briefly listed me as offline. Was everything okay there? Or was that just a misreporting on the Twitch dashboard? Oh, come on, don't do this. Don't do this. We're supposed to siege this together. Come on. Yeah, well. Oh, Oh, he's not the greatest. He's not the best. This heir. Tempting to disinherit. Come on now, we need more rebels. We've got a ton of separatism. Gonna need you to collapse to them, please. Woo? What you doing? Feeling okay there, buddy? That's fine, you didn't need an army. Come on, Ming, explode. I think Ottomans were really hoping I would help more in this war. Frankly, I don't care about Russia. As a refresher, requirement for the Chosen One achievement is to have all the Buddhist, Confucian, Shinto provinces in the world under your command. As you can see, I pretty much do, except for Dai Viet, this little piece of the Japanese daimyos that's remaining, and Ming. But we got Wun separatists. That's not a tag I remember. Oh, it's just the adjective for Wu. Who am I named? Wu March after. I need you to stop doing that. Go passive. Go home. Don't help. Don't help them de-siege their provinces. Massive amounts of unrest. What is this from? It's gotta be from me. Do I have that much war exhaustion? No, why? Why is there... Oh, wait. Why do they have 22.7 unrest? I don't understand. It's not listed here. Their war exhaustion is 20 and actually counts here instead of mine, even though it says mine does. Yeah, losing the mandate's not all that painful. Oh, come on, don't occupy things. They did not lose a whole lot, to be honest. In terms of time. Like, they were completely stable through losing the mandate. That's not a big deal. Unless you have no modifiers that are going to help you. Take colony Nootka. Where's Nootka? That's probably these islands. Oh, look. They're colonizing the islands for me. There, that must be Nootka. Okay, I can start passing these things. Get myself more meritocracy. I think that sounds good. Cost 1 stability and 50 mandate. Oh, that's steep cost. Huh. I don't gain it terribly fast, do I? Caradel is gone. One of my oldest vassals. Apparently the entirety of Asia is now called Korean Tartary. So that makes a lot of sense. Oh, that's weird. So the terrain map mode actually shows occupations? Huh. Didn't think it did that. So theoretically, if I white piece them now, their war exhaustion will be pretty much insurmountable. Problem is, they're going to go after my forts. And therefore get themselves killed. The rebels, that is. So I'm kind of wanting them to occupy more land before they go after... before I let them go. Just so there's a better chance. Now, I don't trust the AI to build troops in the correct places, so I just want enough of them occupied. Alright, well, we got rebels in pretty much all of these pockets. So maybe worth white piecing them now. And they're still going to have rebellion chance, I think, through the white piece. Quito's the thing? Alright, what do we think? Should I end the war here? Let them stew in it and hope they lose some land? It's all I really want. Just want them to lose a bunch of land. Doesn't particularly matter which land. So now all the rebels are going for my provinces. You never cored this? What the hell? Okay. Oh no, it was just an estate. Okay. So I had to give it a full core. I miss the days when you could support enemy rebels and they would stop attacking you. So if this was happening, I could say, oh no, I'm supporting the Shun separatists for Ming. And they go, oh, you're my friend now. And they just leave. Those were good days. Alright, I think that's probably enough. To cause them enough trouble. I could divide them further and really guarantee that they get torn to shreds. Just take a couple of provinces here and there. Just separating their larger sections. But no, I think I'm just going to wait piece them. Gonna humiliate them for even more power projection. The problem is they will get revanchism if I take anything. Which means all this great rebellion. What hasn't fired? Actually, pretty much everything's fired, hasn't it? Almost. Now I'm just gonna wait peace. Simplest strategy. And Daiviet should be the only one left in the war. In their case, they gots to go. It's going to be expensive to core because it's Daiviet. But I just don't want to deal with them ever again. Alright, now I watch and wait and hope that Ming explodes. I might want to get rid of some of these forts. Because if I do... then we won't have situations like this. Like, really, do I really need 2 forts here? I don't think so. One thing I do need to do is actually get myself a couple of Chinese cultures in my accepted cultures. Because I'm halfway to a massive rebellion because of it. That wasn't that bad. Of course the nobility wants land. Took this one away from him a while back. Suppose I can give it back to the Qinhuangs. Oh, it's the Shuzu that want land. Oh, whoops. There. Go be happy with that. So this pocket's done. It's completely occupied, so that's definitely breaking away. I think I just gotta kill these rebels. They're not going anywhere. How long do I have to wait to remove this policy? Almost about 10 years total, apparently. Ooh, this is gonna hurt. Actually, if I don't want to fight them, can I just leave? Is that an option? Try to retreat here. Ouch. But I want them to keep... Ah, it's a fort. 5 meritocracy for a corruption. That's a lot of money's worth. We're an inflation advisor. Inflation's fine. Losing a corruption is a good chunk of cash. Bengal got shrunk, so they're only sending me 3 ducats a year instead of a dip point. So Ming is going to desperately try to raise troops now. A powerful minister at the imperial court has died due to old age. The death of this eminence has left a vacuum that other factions are now seeking to fill. However, his passing goes beyond petty court politics. It is a profound loss for the Empire, and we are expected to provide the man with a stately funeral as a token of our appreciation. Stab doesn't sound terrible. But neither does mandate. But neither does stab. Now, if enough of their provinces get eaten here, if they lose half their provinces, mind you, every active rebel wins. And they've got to be close. Only problem is a lot of them are wasting their time on my land. So I'm willing to let my own lands take a bit of a hit, if it means that the rebels can take more of Ming. But the rebels are all occupied in my forts, so I have to start deleting forts. This is getting out of hand. So look at this, they're all over my lands. I guess I could just let them take it, and then let them turn around. But they're going to get completely pushed out. By like single stacks of Ming. It's pretty annoying. Should have deleted my forts. Can delete this one. Really anything that's next to the Chinese and has Chinese culture group. So they don't waste their time on it. Well, this area is dead. I just gotta make sure they don't also take too much of my stuff, because then I lose land. I really wish I could just turn off this fort, or delete it while they're on it. Not sure what these armies are. Oh, part of it is the integrated Caradel army. Alright. White peace for the Russian war. Oh! Someone broke into a million little pieces. Which actually made the armies, the rebel armies go to that faction and leave my forts alone, so I don't actually have to get rid of the fort. So there we go, there's the new China. And the heavily depleted Ming lost half its force limit. They still managed to build up 100,000 men? Jeez. These guys are scary. That doesn't seem right. 98,000 troops. Huh. Don't know where all of them are. There we go, Ming shattered. And now they can be eaten bit by bit. Or made a tributary, or whatever I choose. It's gonna be eaten. Furthermore, I can begin annexing my, my little, Wu here. Not to be confused with this Wu. There's a historical, kingdom of Wu here. So I'm not sure why they have a tag here. It might be a different dynasty. I'm hoping that this is actually cheaper to integrate because I have those permanent claims. Because I know cores do that. I don't know what's going on with this army. I'm just going to merge it. Yeah, this is all I was after. I just wanted them to be in tiny little pieces. If I want to, I could probably just say like, hey, buddy, give me land. Do that to everyone right now. But I think it would be a better choice to do that as a means of preventing a coalition as I bum rush them. Excellent news. I'm going to have Liang Separatist though in Runing. And probably Kaifeng if I were to guess. Yeah. And because Ming lost their navy, I won the naval race versus Ming. Apparently I got one of my merchants back for some reason. I think the Cantonese one, or the Hangzhou one, somehow got shunted off. Can establish a lot of tributaries now. Jharkhand is one of them. Might as well. None of the Chinese miners. And there are a lot of them. But yeah, I can get Jharkhand. One of Ming's old tributaries. Alright. Well on my way. It's gonna take a couple of wars and I can just eat up all of China. Because I should have the same Unified China CV on all of them. With permanent claims. And then there's this disaster. Okay, I could embrace Julie for 100 dip. But could I embrace another one? Doesn't appear so. So just for peace of mind, I'd like to, before I stop for the night, pick out a culture. Map mode confuses me sometimes. State the hell out of it. And then embrace that as well. I probably should embrace Julie because stating more is going to unaccept it, essentially. Not sure I can get quite enough to do more. Not yet. Wait, did that stop the ticking of the disaster? Vertigor Calor. Yep, absolutely. Don't worry, I'll eventually take care of it. Oh. Okay, so accepting one of them stops this from ticking up. So that's all I needed. I have to accept 2 to get rid of the progress. I have to accept 1 to stop it from advancing. So accepting the Julie culture group was enough. Good. Disaster averted. Quite literally. And I've outstripped Ming. Let's go ahead and just do 4 colonists at once, just to carve out a guarantee that nobody's going to take up there. I would just hate to have Spain show up and just annoy me. That would be no good at all. Okay, I know I keep saying I'm leaving, but I keep thinking of things. Game? Oh, that's right. You can't threaten war against people who are subjects. Like, ever. Which kind of sucks, because I want to be able to. I can threaten war for Wake Island? Why do I have a claim on Wake? Oh. California has a claim on Wake Island. Ha! It's kind of funny. yep. Next time I come back, I'm cleaning up everyone. And if I get bored, I'll probably just declare wars to get tributary states. With like Kiva and whoever else. Guaranteed by Russia. Maybe Russia. Danish tributary would be quite nice too. Okay, I'm really looking forward to seeing Super Spain. They are 2/3 of the way integrating France. Alright. Well, that's all I got in me for today. So, thanks for sticking around, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night.